Oh, good. Now, so they're in, they're seeing us.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they're seeing the two windows. Okay,
So this is
there's no guarantee, and this dropped like 6 times, so.
Nobody touch anything now.
Should this not be on? The way.
Are all the directors present?
What?
David?
What,
Hello?
there? Yes.
Karen, you can hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I don't think so.
I'm not muted.
Karen should be, we can't hear Karen.
Can you hear us, Karen? Raise your hand.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, they can hear us, but we can't hear them.
Let's see what's going on.
So,
Does this help?
Karen is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Well, it's our speaker, just the.
Can the three of you hear me?
I can hear everyone but me.
Can they hear me?
volume down on your end. What end?
I can hear you, Karen.
Oh, okay.
Put the volume up button on the remote.
On the remote.
Use this remote to-
And are you able to hear me, David?
She's talking. We can see you, Karen, and we can see our auditor, but we're not hearing any audio. Working on that here.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, so,
And these volumes are up.
can you hear us now, Karen?
I've been able to hear you since about
We just can't
5:15.
hear her.
Right. Seems like.
I can hear you guys. You guys just can't hear us, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah, we
there,
can hear you.
okay,
Now we're hearing you.
so
There
just
we
to,
go. Testing, testing, testing.
Yes,
That's
we
good.
can hear you. I don't think we can hear Karen.
Karen, would you
That would-
try?
there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay.
It might be her internet.
No,
connection.
it's probably our internet connection, which is.
Yeah,
why
I
we
have a
use
good
Jay's
internet
phone, but
connection.
For some reason, the
Yeah,
hotspot is,
Okay.
the hotspot on the phone has dropped like 6 times, so we went to this internet.
okay.
This is just the office internet.
Yeah, because the other one wasn't working.
Okay, but the auditor, and I see Karen is not frozen. She's hearing us. I can tell by her response and our auditor. So
Okay,
we'll try to get it open
okay.
and see how we do.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Reasonable.
And you still cannot hear me, correct?
Karen,
Now we
is
can hear you.
We
You
can,
can
Karen, but it's on. We're on.
Yes, we can hear you, but it's a little broken up.
It drops. It freezes.
Okay, well, what we might want to do is when we go to closed session, have me call in if it's still broken up because we have a lot to cover.
Okay,
Okay, but you're sounding good as it is.
Okay,
yes.
we should call
Well,
the
can-
meeting to order.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order, the regular board meeting, Wednesday, February 16th, 2022 at 5:30 PM. Wendy, can you do roll call?
And Director Redford,
Here.
Director Van Pelt,
Here.
Director Deambra,
Here.
Director Beard,
Here.
Director Jones.
Here. And Director Deambra, could you please lead us in the flag salute?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under
under God,
God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and are there any director's comments, starting with Director Redfern? Director Van Pelt, do you have any comments before we get started?
No.
And Director Deambra? Is that a no?
Yeah, I don't think either of us have any comments.
Okay, well, I just wanted to comment briefly. I saw in the newspaper that the county is redoing their recreation plan and trails as part of that. And I think that that comes under some of what we are in charge of, particularly if we get into trails, sidewalk type stuff. So it reminds me a little bit of not being consulted before the lighting issue or on the grant that went to the tribe to treat our wastewater. So I would like to put something on the agenda in the future to make sure that we are part of county discussions that affect our community. And I would like to try and get out in front of this recreation one a little bit. And so if we could get that on a future agenda, I think that is something Director Van Pelt has expressed an interest in, and Director Redfern as well. So anyway, that is something that I'd like to pursue in the near future before the plan gets made without us being a part of it. Okay, well, let's go on to the public comments from people who are present or anyone on Zoom. Are there any public comments at this time? Not things not on the agenda.
Yes.
Miss Ivy,
I'd like to make one. Yes.
please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
It has come to my attention that some of the comments that I made on behalf of Marilyn Hart was not quite accurate. Therefore, I want to retract all my comments that I made on her behalf and apologize to you and to the board. It also has come to my attention, or I was told, that her husband, Don Hart, has a special relationship with a member or a director on the board, and that they would get special treatment anyway. Now, I have chosen to believe that this information might not be accurate as well, as I like to believe that every director that we have here and has been elected by the community will always treat the community equally and fairly. I also want to commit to you and to each director on this board that I, Peg Ivy, will never speak for anyone else in this community except for the Ivy family. And on behalf of the Ivy family, I apologize.
Thank you, Miss Ivy. It's
We
a
appreciate that.
public comment.
Thank you.
It's hard to tell with Karen, I think she's frozen right now. But certainly I can speak to the directors that we appreciate your public comment, and I'll follow up with you. I can't say apologies were necessary to anybody here, but we do.
It was necessary for me.
And we
We
accept that, and we thank you.
appreciate your input.
Yeah.
Are there any other public comments? If not, I would like to move on to the consent agenda. All the directors have received a copy of the minutes, the P&L statement. If there are any changes, I know there is a change. We needed to make a correction on the date of the minutes for our last regular meeting. Wendy? I don't have, does it say the 16th?
Yeah, it says the 16th and we need to change it to the 19th, but we also need to pull item C off the consent items and put it as a regular action item. So we can put that at the back, I think, because we have Paul Kmark here to do his presentation of the audit. So
I think that's great, Wendy. That's the way to go there. So we'll move C to the end of our agenda. But anything else besides changing of the date? Does any director have a question or anything that they think needs a correction?
No, I'll make a motion that we pass the consent agenda with the change of the date.
There is somebody in the back. I hear your motion. There's somebody in the back who would like to say something, I believe.
The public is allowed to comment on the minutes and make suggestions for changes
Yes.
based on Peggy's just recent speaking. I would suggest you strike that Mrs. Ivy is a spokesperson for Horizon Drive residents.
Yeah, Rick, why don't you speak to that as counsel?
Yeah, I don't think we can really rewrite history. I mean, if this is what,
But she's not the spokesperson.
well, we'll reflect that in tonight's minutes.
Right, so the minutes just reflected history that a statement was made, so we got that, but we will update that. There'll be minutes published today that include Ms. Ivy's full, summary of her statement. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, and we have just the motion right now.
Yes, so
We
we're
need to
looking
have-
for a
we have a
second.
to approve the consent.
We're looking for a second to Director.
I'll second
Beard's
it.
motion.
Frank.
Okay, so Frank has seconded it. Wendy?
Frank seconded.
Yeah, Director Redfern?
We'll do so we have a motion by Director Beard and a second by Director Redfern to approve the consent agenda with a change of January 16th to January 19th. And the disbursements, we'll do a roll call vote. Director Redfern, Director Van Pelt,
Aye.
Director DeAmbra,
Yes.
Director Beard,
Yes.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and so we can go on to our action items, and our auditor is here. Who is doing the staff report? Is that going to be Wendy or Mike? On A, the audit report.
Myself. So I'd like to introduce Paul Kmark. He's on Zoom. He's going to be doing his audit presentation via Zoom. For the fiscal year ending July 30th, 2021, we have a 3-year contract with NIGRO and NIGRO, and to complete the audits for 2021, 21, 22, and 22, 23. We're required by the government code 26909 to have annual audits. We released the RFP back in November of 2020. We received 7 RFPs, and the finance committee and the staff recommended NIGRO and Hartz, Moss Levy and Hartzheim, and at the board approved the contract in January of 2021 for NIGRO to complete 3 years of annual audits. So with that, in the packet, you have your final draft audit report, and I'll turn the meeting over to Paul.
Thank you, Wendy. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Kmark, audit partner at NIGRO and NIGRO. Here today, may I ask that I may share the screen to go over the financial report? Thank you, Karen.
Yes.
Saw the nod. Oh, could you, I think I need the host to allow me to.
Director Beard?
Yes, I'm working on that.
Thank you for that.
You have to, so go click over here.
Goes once a year, but they're neat.
What's the matter?
And me.
Okay, you should be able to share the screen now.
Go, thank you. All right, I have a green around the screen. So I'm starting here on page 9 of the financial statements. It is the profit and loss report, or the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. So we'll see how the activities and the operations changed between the 2 years. Starting off with operating revenues overall. Total operating revenues, we see an increase of 48,000 there between the 2 periods overall to the positive. Operating expenditures here, sewage collection costs did go up this period, but general administrative did go down. So we see an increase there in overall expenses, about $11,000 overall between the 2 periods there, not too much. And when we look at it overall, what I say is the most important line here in all the financial statements is, are we achieving coverage overall before the non-cash aspect of depreciation? Is operations covering operations overall? And to the positive this year, 18,211 for the positive there. Any questions on operations? Continuing, property tax overall, property tax came in a little higher there between the 2 periods, had a little voter approved taxes, annexation fees, investment earnings, about a drop of about $50+ thousand there overall, just due to the market overall, not being able to purchase or anything there available during the period there between this years as we see interest rates drop, and now we're going to see interest rates start to rise again. So this may, change in future periods. So between the 2 periods there, the contract, of course, the reservation contract, same about the revenue there overall, collection, water treatment, but total non-operating overall 272 versus 330. Sewer extension fees brought in a little bit more from the capital contributions, and new connection fees overall 144 626. So the change in that position, due to overall mostly because of depreciation expense here up here, the non-cash, we see a change in that position of a negative 77,936. But I wouldn't worry about that too much because it's full accrual for the non-cash aspect of depreciation. The bigger part here is where we want to look is going to the next page here is cash flows. Overall operations brought in 249,607 more from operations over the year between the 2 periods there. Proceeds from property tax 971 to the positive, 197, I'm sorry, to the positive. We bought a few things during the year, spent a little bit of the money, spent 152,943 in purchasing capital infrastructure overall and equipment. Proceeds from the capital, the capacity contributions do offset that a little bit, and the voter approved taxes there, giving us a net of negative 6505. And then of course the investment earnings that coming in at the end of the year there. When we look at this overall, the net increase in cash and cash equivalents to the positive of 463, 377, adding to reserves overall there at the end of the period. So that's the big number there to take away. We don't really look at it for the full accrual because of depreciation expense, but on a cash aspect from like a checkbook, 463, 377 to the positive, adding to reserves there. Any questions on that? All right, move back to a few pages to the statement of position. Where did we end up at the end of the year? So right here, we call this the balance sheet at the end of the period. Move up just a little bit. At the 1 day in time, the one snapshot, what did we have before the new year started overall? Cash and cash equivalents, 4.8 million there to be utilized in future periods for infrastructure operations. Accrued interest receivable, of course, that number because of interest rates were down at the period there. Accounts receivable owed a little bit at the end of the year there. Some prepaid expenses. And then we had overall the capital assets, our infrastructure still depreciating. So 8.1 million overall there. Had a few bills to pay at the end of the year, 272, 541, little deposits on hand, and some vacation payable or compensated absences for the staff overall at the end of the year. So some liabilities, 302,648. The net investment in investment in capital assets, you have no debt against those capital assets. So it's this balance here net, 273,3103 versus your unrestricted overall, which is the balance that you have available in future periods going forward if you converted a lot of this stuff to cash. So
We're looking at page 8 right now. Do you see that?
sir, page 8. So net position overall, 7.8 million. Total liabilities, 8.1 million overall. So added cash back to, if you're taking away anything from this, 463,000, adding cash back overall from operations to your reserves to be utilized in future periods. Any questions?
I think I'm going to have some questions when you get to the end.
That's kind of the end. That's right there. Right? We've got a
Okay.
few footnotes after that, but if I'm ready to talk about anything in the financial statements, you have questions.
I'm looking at that $8 million number. And
Yeah.
can you break that down to me a little bit, what that means to me as a layperson?
The $8 million here.
The total liability and net position.
Yeah, so liabilities, those are amounts you owe. We had some accounts payable, some bills to pay at the end of the year. We didn't pay them until the next year, so we accrued them. Some deposits, vacation payable, okay. Then if we were to pay all that off, what we have left over is 2.7 in assets and 5 million in kind of cash and cash equivalents for future periods.
That answers my question in a very basic way, but maybe Mike could help me here. So that $5 million number, what, where is that going? Is that going to the Solvang upgrade? Is it going to future projects? Is it on hand to for employee and building stuff? What does that number mean, Mike?
Yeah, that's a number. Well, I'll answer a little bit. That's a number that's your reserves. So you're probably going to have some operating reserves there. Some of that is going to be pigeonholed for capital related items, infrastructure in future periods, to either replace that yourselves instead of having to go out and getting a loan for that. And then, overall, you kind of have to have an earthquake reserve. What if you had an earthquake, risk management reserve, part of that bucket is where you bucket that after as part of your budgetary process.
I was just trying to determine, because we know that we have a big expense coming up with the Solvang plant upgrade. And I wondered if a certain amount is set aside for that, or is that a wait and see thing?
Right, so I think we'd have to delve into the budget a little bit and the district's reserve policies to the degree we have them. But Wendy has indicated to me that, some percentage of that, it looks like a good number, but some percentage of that is certainly dedicated to and expecting some high bills from the wastewater treatment plant upgrade that we're paying 20% for. But maybe our auditor can help us just with a sense of how does that reserve look compared to the budget and where the district's running? Does that seem to you like a healthy reserve, or is that sticking out to you?
It's pretty healthy overall, because when we're looking at it from the next page here, from operations, you're pretty much covering. So what you're taking in as revenue is what you're kind of spending in expenses there overall. So your coverage right here, you're dead on in coverage right here for the year, which is great. And with that aspect there, everything else, is looking at, so we have enough for operations each year from what we, charge out to what we bring in for the district. But, you know, the extra money, the property tax money, the connection fees, the other things, interest revenue outside of operations, that's all adding to your reserves there overall. And you're saving those reserves so that, you know, either you're going to make the repairs first or the upgrades using your cash reserves, or you'd have to go to debt. And, you know, last year, if you were ever thinking about going to debt, that was the year to go to debt with interest rates as low as they were. I'm seeing 1%, 2% loans for a lot of my water and wastewater customers. So, but, you know, to the point where that money is there, it's available to you. You could say that a bulk of that money, you know, a large part of it, you know, maybe 80% of it could be used for infrastructure, where you only really need 20% to offset for operations, because you're already meeting that overall from what you bill out. So.
Thank you. That was very helpful, as was Wendy and Mike's input.
If there's any further questions, I'd love to entertain them, but that's where the numbers came to rest at the end of June 30th, 2021. And we put it in this historical document for you, and it's able there to finish up for the year.
Thank you.
Is there any more questions for Paul?
I just have one. Why did our depreciation increase from 333,000 to 512,000 in 1 year?
There were some items, I think there was some cleanup of some items that came through, and then some new items started to depreciate from things that you had just put on in the prior year.
So we would have had something, and I don't know specifically there, but sometimes you'll take a loss in a year. You'll say, you know, we've been depreciating this item, but now for whatever reason it's a vehicle or something, we survey it out and we take a loss of that overall depreciation in 1 year. And then of course
There was one item that was hanging around on the construction and process schedule that the construction was not going forward with, and it'd been sitting there. And so that item, I think it was around 190 or 200,000 for an item that was just, it wasn't going to go forward with the project. So it was already sitting there and fixed as if we depreciated it out this last year. So I don't think depreciation is going to be as much next year.
Does that satisfy you at all, Frank, or is that?
Not really. I want to know what the item is.
Yeah, I can. Do you know the item offhand, Paul, or is that something I can follow up on?
I think Wendy knows the item.
Yeah, it was the construction in progress for the west side. And for, we had been saving, so what you do is you take the expenses for like the west side and you put them in a construction in progress account. So once it was determined that we weren't going to move forward with stadium, then all those charges got sent to the depreciation expense, and that's why it's higher.
That's money that we lost though, or depreciated it. How do we depreciate something we don't have?
You had already expensed it over the prior years in building up that construction and process. The cash had already been expensed in prior years, building that up. And so when you make the decision not to go forward, you hit it right there.
We didn't build anything.
Right.
Well, no, but we had expenses for it. And I can,
$100,000?
huh?
100,000?
Yeah, over the last 4 years, yes. I can bring that back and tell you exactly what it is. I can't pull it up right now. But I can tell you exactly what that amount was, like what it entailed.
So what happens 5 years from now or 10 years from now when stadium decides, hey, we got to get off the septic because groundwater's dropped so low that the fecal matter is so high in the existing groundwater that we can no longer use septic systems.
Then we start a new project and we start expensing again. And if there's any value, if there was an engineering study or anything that we might be able to carry forward from this expense that we've we're writing it off, if you will, in the book, then we would, but you start in a new project and, that's,
Because you're,
So that $100,000 came from the sewer
came from
members
a-
here?
it came from a construction in progress for the west side, yes.
Now that the people that are on sewer have to pay for that or paying for that? Because the district spent $100,000 on a study?
Well, I can't,
I
Can't
just want
say
to
that
the
it's
simple answer would be yes.
yes.
Yes, that is a district expense that the district incurred studying a project that the project or some aspect to the project never actually physically happened. So we're taking it off our books now. That is money spent that did not come to fruition on a project. That's,
How do we recoup that money? I mean, 800 people just paid out that money for nothing?
It's the cost of doing
800
business.
families?
right, you don't recoup it. That is the cost of doing business. We take on a study for the next annexation or a project, we're going to go to engineering design on a project. That's right, there's some expense. And then if we decide not to carry forward with that project, that's expense the district has incurred. And then, yeah, I don't know if it's the right, it is a cost of doing business. It's a loss. But that's,
So I assume just as much as we would have not gone forward with Horizon, we would have had, plenty of expenses that we had to account for and appreciate, right? So it's,
Well, I don't understand how we got in spending $100,000 on a project that nobody wanted.
That was the previous board.
well, yeah, and I wouldn't say it's not unheard of to take projects forward through a planning stage and get to a point down the line when you say, my gosh, we've lost $100,000. Well, yeah, but we made a decision now to not go forward. We may have incurred millions of dollars more, you know what I mean? But those are the types of decisions that.
Those costs get, like Horizon, before I sign anything, I'm interested, show me the numbers.
Right.
And in order to show the numbers, we have to do some basic math, engineering math, calculation, best guess, and come up with a number and present that to the people. That's a cost of doing business that we incur as an entity.
I understand.
And that's just how it is. Oil companies have to drill, spend billions.
understand.
So that's just the way it is.
Here's what I don't understand. I can understand Horizon Drive, Mrs. Ivy and several of the people have come to the district since I was working here in the 80s, asking for sewer. I don't recall anyone from Stadium banging on our door, asking about sewer. So basically, we invested 100, I mean, this is, from my viewpoint, could be totally wrong.
That's a valid point, Frank.
Yeah.
It is valid. It's a valid point, and it's why I, as a member of the district, was concerned about the annexation of the west side because it affected current district members. We were paying for that. So I think it's something, I'm glad that everybody on the board seems mindful of that now, and that we need to understand.
We understand it, yes.
Yeah. I understand it. I think we understand it. And that was an action that the previous board did, and that's probably why they're not sitting here right now. So,
Good discussion.
yeah.
Are there other questions?
I'm done.
I would like to say, I think that you did an excellent job. I'm really happy with your presentation, and I thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I think.
Yeah, next time you can get those net numbers a little higher.
Yeah, I think, going forward, when you start to embark on some of these studies, the accounting rules have changed a little bit. They're looking at the intrinsic value of those studies overall. And a lot of them is expense as incurred going forward. So nothing gets, held on the books like that. And we're coming in a first year to look at this, and that number, the project wasn't going forward. So it's initial to, let's write this off. but something, moving forward, a lot of those studies, you can't really, there's value to you in learning what's going on from the studies, but there's no intrinsic value from an asset category or point of view. Those studies should be expensed as incurred moving forward, unfortunately. So.
And hesitant, just not wanting to get us off on a tangent, but sometimes, right, you might carry those expenses forward in a project if you're hoping to share those expenses in the future with people who come on the project, right?
Yeah, I mean, reimbursement is always, another way, paying for half of it or doing something. But a lot of them, if there's, no intrinsic value to that, the categorization of a financial asset has changed over the time. And a study is a study is a study, where it goes, and you could keep a study going on forever, keep incurring costs. So the question is, what's the intrinsic value of that? There may be internal value of knowledge, but that doesn't relate to a financial asset aspect. So you have to think about that in moving forward in some of these studies, to put a cap on them and saying, this is as far as we're going and we're doing this. And if we don't have an ROI, a return on investment on that, or someone's going to take half of that and build, for reimbursement for that, it just is what it is. So expense as incurred. So think about that as you move forward as a full board in looking at some of these aspects moving forward. So, but thank you very much. It's been an enjoyable year working with Wendy and the team over there. And we hope to see you guys next year.
Thank you, Paul. Really good job.
Thanks, Paul. So now you need to make Karen the host.
Okay,
Good point you brought up.
You just go by my.
What we lose, yeah. I hope not. I see Karen in the corner still.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, you can take away my hosting.
and we're looking
Kick them out. No.
to open public comment on the presentation.
I only have one. I noticed that the member agency share of the year-end financial position was not even calculated under risk management. Is there a reason for that the member share was not even calculated?
There's too many members to be able to, and each member is charged a different amount to be able to categorize that for the insurance, for the Joint Powers Authority there.
Do we have any other public comments?
I have a sarcastic one. If you have so much in reserve, why do we have to pay for our sewer line on Horizon?
Because that we still, at the majority of that's in reserve is going to go to the solving treatment plant.
Pay for the upgrade.
Yeah, I understand.
And the portion of Horizon that didn't contribute, that's on our backs until such times that evolves, which is the large portion.
What am I doing wrong that I didn't share that?
Are there any other public comments before I call for a motion to accept the audit report?
Go to Karen.
We're seeing none here.
Okay, then let's go ahead and I'm asking for a motion to accept the audit report for June 30, 2021 as submitted.
I'll make the motion.
Director Deambra made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay,
Okay,
so we have a
Wendy.
motion by Director Deambra and a second by Director Beard to accept the audit ending fiscal year June 30th, 2021. We'll do a
Yes.
roll call vote. Director Kern,
Aye.
Director Van Pelt,
Aye.
Director Deambra,
Aye.
Director Beard,
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Okay, please hold. We are having technical issues with the host.
Okay, I'm gonna exit out, so maybe that'll take care of it.
Okay.
It will
Thanks,
for you,
Paul.
Paul.
I will leave the meeting. Hopefully that'll be good.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Our-
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Our-
we're back now. Okay.
Yes, our next action item is a public hearing on approval of the installment payment plan. And I'm not sure if Wendy or Mike is going to give us that staff report.
Wendy will walk us through it when she finishes feverishly taking notes and
Yeah.
being busier than one arm.
Okay,
Thank you, Wendy.
all right, so. This is for the installment payment plan agreement. Installment payment plan for 3066 Horizon Drive. The December 15th regular board meeting, the board approved the installment payment plan agreement for 3066 Horizon Drive. The public hearing notice was published on December 27th, January 3rd, 2022, and January 10th, 2022. The approved costs are $66,204.98, and it will be paid over 20 years on the tax roll with the payments to the district in December and April, commencing in the fiscal year 2022-2023. With board approval, the property owner could be responsible for paying the interest from the time of connection to July 1st, 2022, because there's a 4-month gap. If they were to connect tomorrow, there would be a gap from February to June 30th. So it's one thing we need to discuss is if the board wants to charge interest for that period of time. And Rick can go over that a little more if you like. We have, bear with me for a minute. So we have the capacity fees of $6,336.98. The Horizon Drive capacity fees of $57,924. The Highway 246 undercrossing of $654. Inspection charges and permit fees of $290. 500 flat fee to cover staff time and legal counsel time. And the noticing and publication and reporting cost of $500. 20 years at 4.25%, which is 1% over prime. For the total cost of $66,204.98 and payments of $2,473.54 twice a year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick and he can.
Because these payments are collected on the tax roll 2 installments per year, and because the connection doesn't occur at the commencement of the fiscal year, it becomes a little complicated to figure out how exactly to collect the payment. We've talked about collecting the first year in cash in advance, and then start the collection on the tax roll the following year when we have an even start date. And then it would be a 19-year period of time over which the payments would be made. But a problem with that is that when we do the noticing, it's difficult to know exactly how much to put in the lien and in the notice of the public hearing and all of that, because we don't know the date that the connection is actually going to occur. So we don't know precisely the period of time that's going to elapse between the connection and when the tax year starts. And so what Wendy and I had talked about doing was start the collection on the tax roll and the 20-year amortization period as of the next fiscal year commencement, which in this case will be July 1 of 2022, and then simply collect interest from the date of connection, which we don't know yet until the beginning of the fiscal year. And in that way, the district isn't advancing any money free of charge, and the property owner isn't paying any principal or other charges other than the interest that accrues on the connection fee and all these other charges, which become due on the date of connection. So that was the most logical way, I think, to us to handle the accounting challenge with not being able to collect until beginning on July 1, but having the connection occur not on that same date.
A question for you, Rick. Since we pay taxes in 2 increments, was it April, November,
April and December.
April, and December?
It's technically due in November, but delinquent on
Yeah.
December 10.
Yeah, you know that well. Could we break it into the time the taxes are due, the 2 increments as opposed to the fiscal year? Would that help? Do you understand what I'm saying? If we use those 2 dates as entrance dates to start and pay the taxes or the interest only up to those 2 dates, as opposed to if you, August would be to the following July, you'd have interest only, right? You could have up to 11 months of interest only. Is that possible? That's possible, is it not?
Yeah, you could. It is complicated because you don't know when the property tax payment is actually going to be made. You know, they could pay both installments in November.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And you don't know that. And the December payment actually covers from July 1 through January 1, and the April payment covers from January 1 through June 30th. So they don't match up. And the district doesn't receive those payments when they're made. The district receives the payments whenever the county sends them to us. So nothing really matches up. And so a clear way to handle it is just to start the payments and the accrual of interest and the amortization as of the beginning of the fiscal year, which is the period covered by the property tax report that the district submits to the county.
And they wouldn't have to come up with principal and interest, just the interest, which is less money for them to come up with to
Right.
connect.
Right.
Yeah.
Could you give us a sense if this person under this agreement connected at the start of next month and they paid, what is that, 4 or 5 months of interest? What are we talking about?
It's a $66,000 obligation with interest at 4.25% for a portion of a year. So
I mean, do that fast, but yeah.
I could do it pretty fast.
So it's
A lot less than having to come up with
Probably about $1,800.
so just to give us a sense of what we're talking about, and it's going to occur when you get a connection before that fiscal year rollover, but then that's when you start it.
Around $700 in interest if it's a quarter of a year.
So $700 per quarter. And so the worst, now in these 2 right here, we're talking about, less than half a year because we're now, and then we'll be starting on July 1.
Yeah.
In the future, it could happen that we have somebody come in and connect in November and pay that interest
Right.
for a few more quarters. But I think it's still in making sense.
Question, okay, so we're gonna interest only up till, you pay it in advance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's gonna be 2. That they're gonna pay interest and then they're gonna pay the principal has to be brought up at that point, correct?
Well, when they connect, let's say they connect on March 1, then they would pay interest from March 1 through June 30th on the total amount that they owe to the district, but they're not paying any of the principal that they owe to the district. And then on July 1, the payments will start going on the tax bill for a period of 20 years in increments, 2 installments a year. So then the property owner will start making those property tax payments, which include principal and interest. Their first payment will be in November or December of this year. Their second payment will be in April of next year, and they'll make those payments going forward. So to a certain extent, they're getting a deferral altogether on any principal payments until the payments go on the tax roll. They're just covering the interest cost, and to that extent, the district is advancing the money. But in the form of the connection fees and the construction costs have already been expended. But the property owner at least is paying interest on that amount that the district is deferring collecting.
We still have a
fair to, right.
They have a lot of upfront fees to make before.
Right.
So it's kind of a decent break, a little break.
I feel that sounds fair instead of making them come up with principal and interest.
Yeah.
It's a marginal break, if you will,
It's a
to
yeah.
the customers coming on. We're going to carry that principal and they'll just pay interest on that for those months. And then it cleans up as Rick's outlined, then it cleans us up for the next 20 years.
Right.
And being on the fiscal year.
Were there any written
question.
protests received, or are there any oral protests being made tonight about this hearing?
Yeah, we haven't opened the public hearing yet.
No.
Okay,
But we can't. There were
let's
no
do it
written-
now. So let's go ahead and
Public
open the
comment?
public hearing.
I
Public
don't
hearing.
understand what just happened.
It's good for us.
Are we going to have to pay additional funds to be connected now?
No, what was happening was that you would normally,
The interest, right,
you
on
would,
your money is what you were talking about.
no, so because it hits the tax roll later in the year, if you hook up today, you would have had to pay principal and interest for this portion of the year.
Yeah.
What we're saying is we will forego the principal and put it later, and you will only have to pay the interest now.
Okay, so are you gonna pay me interest on the sewer fees that I paid for over 25 years?
That's, yeah, I mean, that we can't do that. That was a sewer fee that was done before from being annexed.
You
in.
want me to pay interest on your money for this period of time, but I paid you for over 25 years for a service that I was never provided, and I've never received anything for that.
Mrs.
Except
Iden,
grief.
Mrs. Iden, how much did they charge you for that service?
I'm sorry,
How much was that yearly charge?
what did you say?
How much was the yearly charge?
Well, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I brought up all of the documentation and gave it to.
Do you have that? Do you know what it is? I mean, it wasn't very much, was it?
It was like 40, it went down every year, but I don't know when, what it was when it originally started, because we didn't have the property tax, and she brought them in. I don't know if I put them in their file or not.
Are we talking a huge amount of money? Are we talking
It-
$1,000?
It was the
Well, it's
original,
not thousands of dollars.
it was the original bond for they opted in for the original bond for the original boundaries of the district at that time.
And we don't know how much that is. I'm just curious
No.
because maybe.
No,
Mrs.
we'd
Ivy
have
hasn't-
to, we'd have to go back and.
What do
pull
you
all the years.
suspect it was?
Pardon?
Do you have a inkling of what that was?
No, because I don't know how many years it was for.
Peg, do you remember it was back when Larson,
I'm sorry.
was when Ron Larson was manager here, early 90s?
The previous manager before Jose, when he said that I had not paid on my tax bill.
I remember I was at that meeting.
And I went at home and printed out.
But
all
you-
those.
You initiated this annexation when Ron Larson was the general manager here. Is that correct? 1993, 94, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how much were you paying on a monthly, writing of a check? or
No, it was on my tax.
On your
bill.
taxes? Well, that should be
And
easy to.
and see the tax, and when I brought up all of my tax things that I just went online and printed with the county of Santa Barbara, they weren't all there. And so when I called the county of Santa Barbara, they said they only went back to 1995. Prior to that, they didn't put it online, but my tax bill and what I was paid is what I printed off, highlighted, put a tape on it, and brought it up here and said it wasn't that much money, but still. I
It's your
had
money.
paid-
I have a question. As I recall back then, there wasn't many people that did that, but you were one of the few. Does that sound right to you, Wendy?
Yes,
Yeah.
in that area.
Yeah,
They had others in this area.
yeah.
And if a property that didn't participate in that came to hook up to our sewer, would we pick up those expenses? So in other words, is Miss Ivy see a lesser charge if her neighbor, she had a neighbor who did not participate like her property did from the beginning?
Right, yes. She was credited those, like, she didn't have to pay the current fee of the annexation and the admin, which is like $1,900 and something dollars. She
Okay,
didn't have to pay that, where Mr. Wakefels, he didn't opt in and he had to pay that. So that's the difference in their amounts.
And that's due her, in essence, a credit for her being annexed on the earliest.
Right.
Okay, so that's kind of a push then, is it not?
You're getting your money.
You're getting your
Right.
money's worth.
you get credited for it at the time of connection. So, and I've seen this before where
Oh, I
you're
see.
looking for early participation and people will sign on. And like in Miss Ivy's case, it's many years coming before they actually get that credit back.
Yeah.
But now she's coming to hook up. She's credited that amount that she paid in those, through that tax assessment, where a neighbor who didn't participate would receive that same credit. They pay
So you're
today's
saying
fee.
your calculation.
Yes.
You're paying less than I am. So you got it.
About 15 minutes.
Yeah. So your connection fee is, so yes, you will only be paying that interest rate for the time from connection until the. instead-
From the time I connect to June first,
So, yeah, June 30th.
and I pay that to you.
Yes, you pay that to us, just the interest.
She doesn't pay it though. She doesn't pay the current one. Like, she's not paying the current fee.
And the new owner would pay
Yes.
back bond fee, if they weren't.
No, they would pay that annexation fee.
She's already paid her annexation fee.
Yeah.
Right, but a new owner who wasn't previously annexed wouldn't pay the bond fee. Like the Wabels are not being asked to pay the bond fee.
No, but they're paying the annexation fee.
Right.
Bob,
Well,
Bob DeAmber should be
one thing I
able,
would say is
Bob DeAmber should be able to say how much he is paying on his tax bill, maybe. You're annexed in, but you're not on sewer service. I think it's a nominal fee, but it is a fee, right?
I don't remember, I'm gonna guess $49. Just,
That's the sewer benefit fee, but you aren't paying the sewer
Okay.
benefit fee.
I'll have to look at it and,
Yeah.
but I know it would be minimal. If it was something that caught my eye, I would remember it.
The sewer benefit fee is if you have sewer available to you. Go ahead, Rick.
so. I
Okay,
would
so
just
that wouldn't
say
be,
Mrs. Ivy has raised. Mrs. Ivy has raised an issue which is not directly related to the approval of the installment payment program that's before you. It's not on the agenda. If this is an issue that she wants the board to address, we should bring it back as a separate agenda item, because I think it is a separate issue that hasn't been properly agendized for discussion or action tonight.
I agree. So we can put that on a future agenda next month, Miss Ivy, if you'd like to discuss that.
Today.
You can prove today, you can.
Right, so we're just getting some clarity here and getting clarity with Ms. Ivy that we will be able to move forward on this approval of this agenda item today, but taking as a separate item to make sure that the fees that you paid through property tax collection in the early years here at the district, that those are being reflected properly in as you connect actually to the sewer. I have that right?
Correct.
That'll be another item that we can summarize and bring forward at another.
And I would say, it only needs to come back to the board for discussion and action if Mrs. Ivy is not able to resolve the issue to her satisfaction through discussions with staff between now and the next board meeting. And it may be that with, by sharing information and looking at the documentation, a solution becomes clear that doesn't require board approval. And just one other comment is, one way to look at this interest issue that we've been talking about, with interest being paid from the date of connection to July 1, is it's having the effect of extending the 20-year repayment period to something longer than 20 years. The Ivies will connect on, say, March 1, but the payments are not going to be completed within 20 years from March 1. They're going to be completed within 20 years from July 1. And so you've got that extra added on period before the property tax roll gets submitted, and they're just covering interest for that period of time, which will result in an overall longer repayment period, which is something, over the 20 years by a few months.
I also saw Gary had his hand
I don't
up.
know if that's helpful, but
Gary,
I'm good.
okay.
I'll wait till my turn.
Okay, and so, Rick, have we opened the public hearing, and was that a public comment?
I heard you open the public hearing. Maybe you could ask again to confirm if there are any comments or protests to the proposed action.
Are there any comments or protests to the proposed action? I don't see any hands up. Okay,
We need to close the public hearing.
okay. And then any board discussion before we move on to the motion? Then I would call for a motion to adopt resolution 2202. Do we have a motion?
I'll motion that.
Okay, we have a motion.
Motion by
from,
Director Van Pelt.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Director Beard?
Director Baird.
Okay, so we have a motion by Director Van Pelt, a second by Director Beard to approve resolution 22-02, resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Ynez Community Services District approving installment payment plan for 3066 Horizon Drive. We'll do a roll call vote. Director Redfern.
Aye.
Director Van Pelt.
Aye.
Director Deambra.
Yes.
Yes.
Director Jones.
Yes. Okay, so we can move on
Can you hear
to,
us, Director Jones?
I said yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can move on to
We got
public
you now.
hearing. Item C, which is resolution 2203. So if we could open the public hearing for that. And to receive any comments.
That's six.
Yeah, 6:33.
Yes, this is Gary Waples, I speak for the Waples family. I'm just curious, we're gonna pay the interest between now, when we connect, till the end of the fiscal year. What about the monthly payment? Is that gonna be billed monthly to us, or will that go into our tax roll?
Oh, it goes on the tax roll. Everything goes on the tax roll.
Okay,
Except
so
for the
then
interest.
the time between the connection and the end of June will go on to next year's taxes. Or the.
And then depending on when you connect, the sewer fees and will be put on the tax.
Okay, so they will go on
Yes,
for the following tax year.
yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, if there are no objections or further comments, we can close the public hearing at 6:34. And any additional staff report? Discussion?
It's It's for 3063 Horizon Drive. And same thing, you approved the installment payment plan agreement on December 15th. And their public hearing notice was published on the 27th, the 3rd, and the 10th, just like 3066.
Okay,
And you're
any
looking for a
additional
motion?
public comments or discussion from the board? If not, I would call for a motion to adopt resolution 2203.
I make that motion.
Director Beard
I'll
has made
second the
the,
motion.
and Director Deambra has seconded the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Director Beard, a second by Director Deambra to approve resolution 22-03, resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Luis Community Services District approving installment payment plan for 3063 Horizon Drive. We'll do a roll call vote. Director Redfern.
Aye.
Director Van Pelt.
Aye.
Director Deambra.
Yes.
Director Beard.
Yes.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
You have one question. So now you approved it, Jody and I need to come in and sign paper. How soon do we need? to
No,
do it?
because you already signed the paperwork. That was the installment payment plan
Okay, cool.
agreement. We'll do the lien. We'll record the lien. You
Yeah.
guys are free to connect tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, we don't have a ditch yet.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
See you later. Have a good evening.
So
Thank
let me know.
Thank you, Gary.
when We connect
Yeah,
and then we'll
I'm
figure
gonna
out.
talk to Barney tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Will do.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can move on to action item D, general manager recruitment. And I would like to turn that over to Mike, and then David can also fill us in on some things.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, we had, I don't know if we've got anybody calling in, our Nate Kowalski, he was reserved to call in at 6:30, so I don't know
Yeah, he's here.
if he's there. And then that would take us, we've got another member,
Somebody's blue Lexus is on now.
the blue
Sitting
Lexus.
there running.
Across the street.
No, right in front.
Okay,
It's sitting there running. Is it really?
so Karen, I don't know if you're catching all that, but I think Bob's car might be running, so he's gonna step out. But we still have Miss Ivy here, and I'm just wondering if we do go to closed session right now to take Nate, and then it might be an hour before we come back out of closed, maybe there'll be an opportunity if there's additional comment or discussion that Miss Ivy wanted to share with your board. So you don't have to come back, or could be up to the president to take that out of order, or.
I think that's a
Just
good
wanna
idea,
hear from the
Mike.
Public.
Before we can
So you're not-
move our other stuff. We have an attorney that we're paying for on the line right now. So is there any other comment or public comment that you would like to make before we go into closed session, Miss Ivy?
On any item on the agenda, what we're saying,
So you're not going to discuss the general manager recruitment or the California Special Districts item D and E at all?
we are, but it'll come after closed session, because now we have our labor council online, so we're going to want to take that call. So we will be taking those two items when we come back out of closed session. We're hoping to finish that whole agenda before we took this call, but
But we covered this at the last meeting last month about you guys doing this and it not servicing the public. That we're the one that have to go and come back and do this and do that. It says on the agenda
How
that
long will it
it's going
take
to
us
be
to do
at
this?
the end.
Yeah, how long will it take us to, item D?
Would you like me to come back? I'm happy to do that at the pleasure of the board. I can come back in half an hour, an hour.
Miss Ivy, Miss Ivy.
Yes, if you could give us a half hour, or we'll call you when we're done with item D.
This is,
Okay.
Talking to the attorney.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Karen, if you can just text me when you're ready for me, I'll be available.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
think it will be about in 30
Very good.
minutes. Thank you, Nate.
Sure,
Very good.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll come back on. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go
I
ahead
understand
and
what you
do,
were trying to do, but
Yeah.
you can wait for us and not have to pay. We don't want to have to pay.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to just balance is that cost of special legal counsel, but it sounds like he'll come back in with us in an hour then. So then item 7D, and this is recruitment of the general manager. We'll take this item now and let me introduce this. I've worked with your ad hoc committee, directors, going to confuse it. It's Directors Baird and President Jones.
what's her name?
What's her name? Karen. President Karen. And working with them, where I started with the recruitment that your board undertook about 2 years ago. Same kind of timeframes we're looking here. One notable change that we're making and we're going to try is we're changing the criteria a bit. Instead of casting that broad net out and looking for somebody who might have a lot of experience in a special district and, you know, technical experience, wastewater operator, something like that, a person who's looking to make their first leap into general manager, we're instead looking for someone who has that general manager experience, someone who knows what it means to serve in a special district or a local, at a local agency for a local elected board. Because that, in my estimation, coming in here, just being here for the month, I have interviewed your formal general manager. I've interviewed your former interim general manager and spoke with other general managers. That the work here is really in the policy, it's with the board, it's representing this agency to the community, but also with the area coordination. We know, and we'll be talking at your next board meeting about LAFCO's process for municipal services review. And so again, a general manager that has those types of experiences, as well as with our labor negotiations, that type of thing. And so what we've tailored here, and again, working closely with the ad hoc, is something that's looking and emphasizing that type of experience that's unique to local agencies, unique to elected boards and smaller agencies like ourselves. We're all in-house recruiting here still, so we'd be advertising this. We keeping those costs at a minimum, not getting professional help, working with your staff here, including counsel. I guess my biggest concern is that we go out with this tighter net. Last time, you guys, 2 years ago, you talked about casting a broad net, making sure we didn't eliminate anybody. We'll find the right person. Here, we're talking about casting a little bit of a tighter net and looking for a unique individual, probably someone that's retired out of a PERS agency, you know, someone like myself, and there are these people, I feel, in my survey of the community, that this might just be a perfect job to come in. I believe it can be done by the right seasoned individual on a part-time basis. And this announcement, it makes it clear that we're open to that thought. We have excellent staff in the accounting and secretary positions, and we have good operations staff. A seasoned general manager would come with knowledge of those areas, but they really need to have knowledge of this area, working with your board, developing the district's vision and representation going forward. So I worry that the worry would be, we go out with this announcement, and I think you can see our schedule here. We're talking about a week from Friday being live, getting this information out there, giving that 30 days, very similar to the previous schedule. If after 30 days, we've got crickets or we just don't have that, the stack of applicants we'd like to see. We'll be back with the ad hoc to do that initial review of what we've got after our 30 days. If we're not seeing the volume we want to see, then we retool this announcement, get that net brought again, and go back out. Net loss for the district, 6 weeks' time. And the interim general manager, I'm committed to find you the right permanent general manager going forward. Because I don't want to come back in a year and a half or 2 years because we got someone who didn't really understand the work at hand and couldn't deal with it. So that's my overview of this. You've seen the materials. Happy to answer questions, have discussion with ad hoc. I think they each have made some input.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
What's the volume?
I wanted to clarify something before we go to questions. We are very open to somebody like a retired GM, but that's not all we're going to look at. If somebody in-house is interested in applying, or someone who has not been a GM, but they've got a lot of the other things, or checking other boxes, we're not going to exclude someone just because they're not a retired GM who wants to go part-time. What I gathered in our meeting is that would be something we would be open to as a board, but I wouldn't want to limit our applications to that. How about you, Director Beard? Where are you on that?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. We are open to looking at someone who's retired, like you said, retired from CalPERS, or retired from, another organization and wants to work still, especially when you can retire from CalPERS at a younger age. But we are willing to look at abroad also. I mean, I think 2 of the people that we interviewed last time were retired people from CalPERS. So, and it might not be a full-time position. It might be a 3 to 4 day a week position, or we'll look at someone also for full-time.
Right, and we're looking for someone who can make a commitment.
Yes. And we're looking for a long-term commitment.
Right. Yeah, sorry, didn't I?
Yeah.
So go ahead and your question, Bob.
What was your defined volume? A dozen applications that look attractive, 10, 6, 20?
No, I don't think we have an expectation. We want to see what's going to come in.
I would hope that we see on a half a dozen quality applications that the committee then could look at and I think boil that down to 3 or 4 to bring before your board. That now if we see 2 or 3 and we say, man, there's some real great folks here, it's worth taking, going down the path with them, then the ad hoc would look at them and then bring them to your board, something like that. Hard to put a number, but we, hard to say till we see.
I don't understand the value in losing 60 days or 30 days even casting a narrow net. I can see the benefit of we would be happy to look at retired people or somebody that only wanted to work 3 or 4 days in the first deal and cast the broad net.
I think that's where Mike was a little mistaken. We want to cast that net for all of it, but we also are putting in there that we will look at.
Because
we will entertain those. I don't want to lose the 6 weeks either.
I see building permits going up on the corner of Meadowvale for the Indian Reservation, developing a commercial section. Things aren't going to get slower here by any means. If anything, things are building. So I would wonder if a manager could handle everything in 3 or 4 days coming up as things seem to be picking up steam.
Right. I recognize that, and and maybe I used the wrong term in saying we're going to be narrow. What we've done though is we have emphasized some of the experience elements of this, and we kind of put those at top and shown that. We've also made it quite clear, though, that the district's open to, the ideal candidate negotiating a good compensation package with the ideal candidate. But I do think we've also got to consider the cost of hiring. I think there are a lot of, and I was one at one time, folks who come out of the business and they're looking for that first general manager title. And they come thinking, I can do this, small district, easy stuff, but it's not. That work is complex, and Wendy is trained, I think 4 general managers or 5 if we're counting me. We want to get somebody who understands the work and is saying, yeah, I'm your person. I understand what this takes. I'm ready to commit to your district for 5 years. And of course, it's just a contract. You're at will of the board, and but someone who understands what they're coming into, maybe a little bit more clearly than a first-time manager. But we have relaxed the terminology to call it manager, not general manager. Someone who's been a manager. And general counsel gave me, I think, what's a good edit as well that we'll take through here globally. And not necessarily, I talk about special districts and I talk about community services districts. But I think the right term we want to use is local public agency. So they understand, it's someone who's worked as a manager at a local public agency for a local elected board. It's something that is more nuanced than most operators or most people come out of technical side and go in front of a board once or twice during their, during the year. It takes more than that. If we can find that person. And so we just stayed in there that, we kind of list the number of those up higher. Go ahead, Karen. Sorry.
I was just going to say, the way I recall the committee ending it was the ideal candidate will possess. And we list those things. And as I said, some people are going to check all the boxes, maybe, probably not. But we're looking for a commitment, a long-term commitment. We're looking for a strong leader. We're looking for someone who can navigate the different agencies. So we are open, and we want to get that ad in ASAP. We want to start getting people applying. If Director Beer, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. And, I think Mike misspoke saying we were just going to focus on that. We're going to focus on all.
Yeah.
But we're saying we want the managerial experience. If we don't get enough applications, which I think we will, we can loosen that up a little bit. But I think we're looking for more of the managerial experience.
Well, I think we've got the makings of a attractive ad that offers a lot of opportunity to the right person. And I'd like to get that out. But before we take any action on this, I'd like to see if there are any public comments. Miss Ivy, did you have any comments?
Would you like to make a comment?
Did I hear the interim general manager state that Wendy would be qualified for this position?
You did not hear me state that, but I can tell you that there's nothing that would disqualify Wendy on this. She acts as a manager right now in her role.
Okay, so why isn't she being considered rather than spending the money and going through this?
Well,
is it some legal thing you have to do?
No, but I will say, and I've been about this before, and council can chime in, or I see President, I'll show you.
I think she froze.
Well, you did say she trained 4 managers, 4 or 5 before.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
She's been trained for it.
No, she's been training them. No matter who comes in, she's the nucleus. They have to, is that a fair statement, Mike? You have to go to her for the knowledge on how this place operates?
Oh, yes. And it's not, that is not, or that is typical. It often happens where the number two person in
Oh,
an
I know,
agency
honey,
like
I've been
this
there.
is running the show. But there's reasons for that as well, because the number one position is, again, at will of the board. So that position does tend to change. But that said, if there are in-house staff interested, and we're not asking for them to declare that here today, it is usually best practice in a public agency to go through a recruitment process, open up, make sure that the board considers
Okay.
anybody that might be out
Okay,
there.
but I will go on record by saying, if she is filling in while you're doing this and managing it and doing it, and she's been doing it for years through several different people, then she certainly should be considered, whether she that's up to her. But you got to have some incentive also for the people here to want to grow up and stay with it and advance here, because we are a small community. There's not a lot of place for, your career path to go somewhere. So I'm asking that if she puts in for it and you feel she's qualified, she certainly should move to the top of the pack strictly because of her service and dedication on the job.
We appreciate your input. and
I
we
don't
are
think
not-
you'll see
we are
any
not
disagreement
woodworking.
with anybody here, and just being here a month.
We're not going to discuss employees or specifics right now, but I appreciate your comment. And if the board needs to take any action now or direct Mike in any way, this would probably be the time to do it. Are you looking for approval or direction from the board, Mike?
Right, I think we could take some direction from the board. I think the main comment I've heard here is let's make sure we're not tightening things down here. We're gonna miss folks. So I want to take these materials. I did get some comments again from general counsel. I'll take this back with this information today, and I think we'll sit down with the ad hoc one more time, go over the final copy and I'll point the ad hoc on any changes that are being made based on discussion today. But then be out to advertise without coming back to the board with your board's approval today, with a final approval from the ad hoc of any revisions to this material you're looking at, and then with a goal of being live on our advertising by a week from Friday is what I believe I have on the schedule.
Do we have consensus?
Your board's agreement to move forward, since it's not a good motion, and I was like.
It could be a board consensus direction to proceed, or there could be a formal motion that says that they approve what you've outlined here.
So, well,
Provide a
we could
formal
ask for a
approval, I think.
motion to.
No, it's just.
A direction.
It's just direction to move forward.
That's what I'm
with it.
saying, yeah, so yeah.
I think
we
it's a
give you
good
direction.
plan.
Yeah, I think it's a great plan.
So,
Look forward to it.
Okay,
the board direction is to move forward. Our ad hoc committee says move forward.
That covers it.
I think that covers it.
Okay, then we can move on to
And then
item
I'll reach
E.
out- Okay, I'll reach out to ad hoc.
Okay, we'll talk, David and Mike. So action item E is a special district, CSDA Board of Directors call for nomination, seat B, 2023-2025 term. Wendy, are you going to give us a staff report?
Yeah, so this is for the California Special Districts Board of Directors in Sacramento for the 2023-2025 term. And if you guys are interested, you can nominate a board member. However, there are requirements that you need to know about. One is to attend all board meetings, usually 4 to 5 meetings annually. These are the requirements to be on the board of directors. Participate at least one committee, meets 3 to 5 times a year at the CSDA office in Sacramento. Attend at a minimum the following CSDA annual events: special district legislative days held in the spring, and the CSDA annual conference held in the fall. And this year it will be down by Palm Springs. And then you have to complete all 4 modules of the CSDA Special District Leadership Academy within 2 years of being elected.
Well, is there anyone on this board that's
And,
interested? Is anyone interested in being nominated? I don't.
You know, it's very interesting. You know, Karen, I don't know if I can make that type of commitment. First off, you know, I think, do we have time to discuss it further as a board, or I know there's nominations. I read the deadlines, Wendy.
It's April 11th.
Yeah, it's April 11th. Can we put this in as an agenda item, potentially for the next meeting?
No, because it'll be, oh yeah,
Yeah.
March, yes.
Yeah, let's
We
do
can bring it
that.
back for further.
I
Let's do
like
that,
that.
so we can talk and we can move that discussion about it.
Yeah,
I
you
think it
can
would be
really
from the
dig
board.
in.
Yeah, and from the board members in our small district, if we were fortunate enough to have a board member get elected, that would be very nice to have a member. I think it'd be an honor, but it looks like a big commitment from Sacramento.
It is.
I saw your eyes light up when I mentioned the Palm Springs, that's why.
Well, I was thinking that's the one to prove. But, okay.
Okay. And then do we want to do the,
We have to do the resolution for the remote meetings.
yes,
So there's a consensus to table this tonight and bring it back next month.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going to go back to the item C from the consent, adoption of resolution 2204, authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the district's legislative bodies pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E.
Karen, do you know all these numbers by heart, or are you reading that?
No, I memorized them.
Hey, I think we should get rid of it. Goodbye, Karen.
I vote with
So
Frank.
now you,
after we finish this last item, yeah. I'll make a motion, we accept the resolution
I'll
as
second
stated.
Okay, a motion and a second,
We have-
Wendy.
We have a motion by Director Beard and a second by Director Redfern to adopt resolution 22-04, authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the district's legislative bodies.
That's subject to the change on the dates.
Yes.
On the,
Yeah, we do need to change the dates on the resolution to the, is it the ninth? The
from the,
19th?
this is in the heading, from February 19th to February 16th, and from March 20th to March 18th. Those are the same dates that's under section 2. So the motion would be to adopt the resolution subject to that change. Those 2 changes.
As stated.
There you go.
We'll do a roll call. Director Redfern,
Aye.
Director Van Pelt,
Aye.
Director DeAmbra.
Yes.
Director Beard,
Yes.
Director Jones,
Yes.
motion passes.
Yes, are there any public comments on the closed session agenda items before we go in?
on the informational items, is that what you said?
On closed, there aren't any informational items this month, so we're going to go into closed session, but do you have any public comments on our agenda items for the closed session?
No, but I did want to mention before I leave that on my way here, I noticed that they were doing construction there at,
Larson's,
shoot,
Larson's or Hart's?
at the house,
Marilyn Larson's?
No. The guy that wanted a reduction on the connection fees because they were going to start construction a few months ago on it was an agenda item that he came on to Zoom and he was asking for special consideration because of the home
Right.
there in Rona Barrett's place.
Yeah.
And now they've started construction and I have never seen it come back as to how that was resolved or what they're doing there.
He has never sent us the information, and so I emailed him and said, are you gonna move forward with this? And he said he was too busy, and when he had time, he would send the information.
Okay,
So nothing's been done. It's-
okay, but they are doing the construction, okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Okay,
We'll go to the bathroom really quick or we'll go to close.
yeah, and I'm
We
gonna
do
try and get a
have
hold
the-
of Nate.
Hang on, Karen, we do have the reports, the committee, the general manager, legal counsel, committee reports.
Yeah,
Before we
I missed that at
contact
the
Nate?
beginning. Can we do that after the closed session? I really want to get Nate in here and I don't know if the clock is ticking.
Can we do the secretary report first? That way she doesn't.
Oh,
come
yeah,
back.
okay,
I don't
sure,
have-
go ahead.
You don't have anything?
No.
Okay, well then
But
let's move on.
committee reports, if they say
Well,
anything, just write it down
Yeah,
and.
Yeah.
have yours.
so we'll come back to that after closed session. Wendy won't be with us, so everybody will be as nice as they can to me as I take notes and whatnot, but
Okay, and as far as the committee reports, I know that our ad hoc committee is going to be discussed in closed session, and then we covered the recruitment one in our agenda item. So I don't think we really need to do additional reporting, do we? So we could go to Rick, legal report. If you have anything, we can do this.
Do you want to do that now rather than after closed session?
Yes, it doesn't sound like there are any other reports to be had. If you want to do it, whichever you prefer. I told Nate we would try and get him back on in 30 minutes, and it's now 36 minutes.
right, and I do have a brief general manager's report as well, and so if I just soon maybe get to Nate and get, because
That's
I
fine.
think that
Yeah,
may take some,
That's
okay?
fine.
I like that.
On this end, we're taking a 5-minute, Director Van Pelt stepped out to use the restroom, and I know I'll need to do that in a moment as well, so maybe we take 5, maybe we pull Nate up and we go to closed, or how do we can adjourn to close and then take a minute?
We can take a 5-minute now and then call Nate and let him get on.
Okay. And then you're out.
Okay, so then, so just write down what
Yeah.
time you go into closed session, and then, when they come out of closed session.
Right.
And then just write none, there's no report
Sure.
or action, and then.
Well, at least you know the car doesn't overheat.
To
And
adjourn.
the
At
second,
least you know the car doesn't overheat.
and then.
It's a hybrid and it shuts off and goes on.
Yeah, mine does too.
It's gonna take me a minute. to
I'm an
do
old
the camera.
car guy. And I can't see myself ever sitting in a car, having it drive me. You know, now they're all autonomous.
You know,
I don't think that's ever gonna
I
happen.
got a new Chevy pickup truck. And I've been driving the Prius so long. I get in the Chevy truck and I go to push the button to go, and there is no button. I gotta turn the damn key still.
Does your Prius shut off the motor and when it
then
works off the
yeah, it will
electrical?
Stay off for a while and then come on.
Yeah. You get what, 40, 45 up,
Yeah,
right?
somewhere around there.
My daughter has a 450 and she gets 32, 34. I have a 450 and I get 26, 27, and I watch that thing. And that's the best I ever get. Can't figure out why she gets 5, 6 miles better